All right, hello. Happy Thursday? Today's Thursday, right? I hope it is. Because if it's not, I'm missing work. But it is Thursday. Happy Thursday. I hope you're all doing good. Welcome out to some marvelous midday MADDOG operations. Now, I know earlier when I mentioned, hey, we could do some MADDOG flying, I said I was going to do it in 2024. However, oops, sorry. I need to turn down the music in my ears a little bit. However, I really wanted chase plane. That's the whole reason I went through the bullshit of getting FS 2020 working again. I don't know what my settings are supposed to be. I have no idea. But it's what I'm using now is ultra preset, motion blur off. That's all I've done. And hopefully, fingers crossed, it works. And also frame generation is on, you know, that kind of thing. But yeah, I hope you're all doing great. We are in the Super 80, my favorite commercial jetliner. Flying an airline from a bygone era TWA, Trans World Airlines. This is actually a real TWA route. So what we're doing today, we are operating TWA flight 498. It is service from St. Louis, Missouri, down to Fort Lauderdale, Florida, with a stop in Orlando. So we take it off out of here. We'll jet down to Orlando, turn the plane around, take off from Orlando, jet down to Fort Lauderdale. First leg of the flight, block time's about 2 hours, 15 minutes. Sounds like somebody's taking off. Oh, look at that. We love that. Should be a block time of about 2 hours, give or take. I think our flight time's about an hour and 40 minutes, hour 45 minutes. And then our flight time from Orlando to Fort Lauderdale is a lot shorter, probably like 30-minute flight time. But that is this actual flight. I'll actually look real quick, just for historical sake. This guy was operated, let's see, STL to MCO. Just refresh this bad boy. Looking for this guy for, that's not it. I'm gonna look like an idiot now because I'm not gonna be able to find this flight. Listen. All right. Here's some CFI. What's going on? How you doing? All right. When was this done? Hold on. Now that I'm here, I might as well look. All right. TWA. Summer 1985. So 80s music fits well. All right. It has been a hot minute since I have flown this jet. It is my favorite commercial airliner. However, in the sim, it's not as intuitive as some of the newer add-ons with some stuff. So like, for example, like putting in the flight plan, you can't import from SimBrief. We're gonna have to put it in manually, things like that. I can never figure out how to get the load manager to work, so I think it's set up and we'll jump in and see if it is. If not, we'll kind of wing it. But yeah, let's jump inside and get things rolling. I think first things first we can do is not that. Part of Misfits resetting everything is it reset flow. It reset so much. So like my buttons when I go into my tab menu are all in different places now. which is annoying. We'll get this thing on the GPU. We go, and we'll get our cargo doors open. We don't need the tug. And now if we go to weight and balance, we just do SimBrief OFP? Will that work? No. Interesting. Okay, okay. Hold on, we can figure this out. What if I sign into my Navigraph account? Then can I import? Scan the QR code. Fine, whatever. Hang on one sec. Things I should have figured out last night when I was testing stuff and making sure everything works. Okay. So Navigraph is connected now. So if we go back, maybe it's in this aircraft options menu. Tail style, avionics systems, EFIS, other. Now what if I do SimBrief import? I have linked Navigraph. No. Has anybody posted on any forums that this doesn't work? Navigraph has a video.
Hello and welcome to another Navigraph tutorial.
Well, I guess we'll just hear it from the
show you how to integrate SimBrief
horse's mouth.
with the FlyTheMaddog
OP flight plan.
Leonardo MD80 ACARS or Air users, basically your username there. Documents, MADDOG, X, Files, PFPX/SimBrief for
okay, I did that
by pressing the Import OFP button on the Load Manager page. Select the ACARS file of your flight plan and click Open. It's time to start the simulator and load a flight in the FlyTheMaddog XMD82 EFB and click the Import OFP in the bottom left corner. A pop-up window will allow you to enter the departure and the arrival airport ICAO codes. Clicking Confirm will load your saved flight plan. Your EFB shall now display your SimBrief flight plan as well. Finally, it's time to load or saved SimBrief flight plan in the aircraft FMC. To do this, navigate to the
Okay. Maybe, okay, I think a strategy, if I remember right, we go documents, MADDOG files, routes. I think we can jump our stuff in here. Oh, good lord. Fat fingering my keyboard. I'll try this way. So if I go import OFP, St. Louis, so that's set. All right, let's just get the plane on. Let's see where we're at. Autopilot. All right. We're kind of winging this a little bit. It's been a while since I've flown this plane. Seatbelt signs, get those turned on. Our pitot heat can turn on. Lock our door. Anti-fog can turn on. Our packs we're not going to worry about until we get the APU running. We're into hearing bitching Betty do her thing. Got some tests up here. Okay. Now the thing I'm interested in is if we go over here, our gross weight, takeoff weight should be 134.485. 135.1. Okay, what's our fuel? Fuel on board 24.76. 2465. We're close enough with the fuel, honestly. We may just send it. It might just be close enough. That might be as close as we're gonna get. I don't know what the SimBrief OFP button does. I really wish they would rework this tablet. This is my biggest gripe with this plane. Is how just much of a pain in the ass it is to get stuff loaded. Okay. Let's keep getting this thing set up. Okay. Pause in it. We'll take our GNS position. This plane does not have IRSs or ADIRs or anything like that. It's GNS based, so there's nothing to turn to align or anything. The MD88 has an IRS system, so you can align your IRSs, but this is the MD82. It does not. In terms of company route, let's see if this works. STL MCO. Let's see if this works. KSTL KMCO. Okay, cool. Get my SimBrief up and running. Looks like 1-2 right is what we have planned for departure. We'll take a look at our weather, real world ATIS, and they are using 1-2 right to depart. I'm going to double check VATSIM radar just to make sure we don't have any ATC. We should have Atlanta Center. We're going over Atlanta. We do have Jacksonville Center as well, who will, looks like they'll be covering us for our descent down into Orlando. But no ATC where we're at right now, so that'll be perfectly fine. So plane 1-2 right, execute, and then our flight plan is in. I'm just gonna double check for sanity's sake, pull up the OFP on my side here. Got BNA, Thrasher, and then J's, ZJX. ZJX. That seems like a weird name for a waypoint. Okay. That is in there good. 1-2 right, and we're going to take off with the Druce 5 departure. BNA transition. So that is in there like so. On this side, we'll get the legs page up. Just kind of step through, make sure everything looks good. There we go. Now, we're going to see how close this lines up here. So the fuel that we have is 24.6, and then we're going to do /N for manual fuel schedule, because that's the only letter I know to put in there. And let's grab our zero fuel weight, 110.5. Wow, that is not what I wanted to do. 135.1. Okay, so it looks like we are loaded correctly then. Okay. Sounds good. I don't know how we got there, but we did it. 2.9 for the reserves, and then a cost index. We'll do 80 for MD80. SimBrief doesn't give you a cost index for the MD80. Jasim? I'm sure I'm butchering your name. I apologize, but hello. How's it going? Welcome, welcome. Gonna go to flight level 330. We're not cruising very high at all. This plane does not cruise very high. It's pretty common when you're flying the MD-80 to get a cruise altitude of like 290, 310, 330. It's a little bit higher than I expected. But I guess we're doing... It's almost a 2-hour flight, so there's plenty of time to get up to cruise. ISO deviation is 8. And that is in there, all good to go like so. My day's going good. How about yours? How's your day going? Alright, let's do some performance calculations here. So we are at St. Louis. We're going to take runway 12 right. It is dry. The flaps, we'll do optimum flaps. So we'll get a dial a flap number. I can show you guys that system. It's pretty fun. And I'm going to look at the METAR for St. Louis. It's like the winds are 200 at 16, gusting 23. It's a little gusty. What's my name? It's same as my channel name, Keegan. That is my name. 16. Didn't get our slash. 16. 200 at 16. Got a 15 knot crosswind. That's gonna be fun. 2-9er. 5-9er. Our temperature is 31. And then our takeoff weight, we're just gonna go with our gross weight. 135, 100. 135, 100. Let's calculate and see what it gives. All right. Flaps 5, selected temp of 49, 142, 147, 156. 142, 147, and 156 for V2. And then to put in our flex of 49, the way we're going to do that is if we come up here, we can flip off the ART, hit TO flex, and then we'll tune up 49. And there we go. We have our flex 49 set. What else do we need to do? Oh, flaps 5. So we'll come down here. We'll set flaps 5 here. Our CG, if we go back to our weight and bounce, is 14.1. So that is set there. Setting our takeoff trim. We'll just line these two knobs up. There we go. So these two are in line. And then we'll use our flap TO select. And we'll set flaps 5. Where am I from? I'm from Missouri in the United States. The opposite side of the state that St. Louis is. All right. Oh, I can't clear it completely. 2101 is our squawk. We'll set transponder so we're in mode C. 122.8. That's our comm 2. Actually, I need this to be on guard. There we go. 122.8 is Unicom. Let me get CTAF for St. Louis. On 8.5. So we're on CTAF. Get our pneumatic crossfeed valves open for engine start. And I think with that, we're good to go ahead and get the APU running. Looks like we are the only folks here. Oh, this is another fun bit about the MD80. I forgot to show you guys earlier. Got the rear stairs. So, I've actually deboarded a real MD80 with these stairs because the jetway was broken. It's very loud, the APU running. But we're pretty much ready to roll, I think. We get the APU started and we'll get out of here. Get rolling. We'll jump up, APU master to our run. And actually what we should do, we'll go ahead and get the fuel pumps on. And start. We'll hold this down until we get to about 10% RPM on that dial up there. And our APU's starting up. Gotta go. Fusion's channel will be the best flight sim channel. I guess, I hope. I don't know about that. There's a lot of other flight sim streamers out there who are much better than I am at this. Adrian, what's going on? How you doing? Welcome, welcome. APU, it's a little loud. All right. You get SimLink running. Hope you have a great rest of your day, Jasim. Thank you for stopping by. Really do appreciate it. All right. The guy with the MADDOG tutorial lesson. That is correct. I need to redo those videos because there's a lot of wrong stuff in those videos. To be fair, I never claimed to be an expert. I just like the plane. All right. I don't think you should not fly this plane just because it's weird. It's really rewarding. That's how you learn to fly it? Heck yeah. That's what I like to hear. That is what I like to hear. I say, I love this plane, quirks and all. This is one of my favorites. I don't fly it enough. What was I doing? Oh, figuring out pushback stuff and all that. All right. One thing I haven't done with my reinstall of, well, my forced reinstall of Misfits 2020 is get the Navigraph plugin back in. So we're going to have to be dragging the charts over a whole bunch today. But we're down here at the C gates. So we're going to push back, tail to the right, nose to the left. And what that's going to do is going to push us back into this little corner here. Get our engine started and we'll taxi out. We're taking 1-2 right. So it'll be a left onto Delta, down to the end, and get out of here. So I can't do it properly because for some reason the autopilot doesn't follow the LNAV path. Interesting. I hope it's not a bug. I haven't flown the MD80 in quite a while. So hope there's not like a bunch of weird bugs. After takeoff, we'll take a look and see. My kind of takeoff go-to is I take off in heading mode. And I pretty much like, with these older planes, you have to kind of plan ahead for the plane. The LNAV's not as good. So I take off with heading mode. I get stable, everything, start my acceleration, power back, whatever. And then what I'll do is I'll actually go heading and kind of in the direction of my first waypoint and then direct to. And I actually climb, and you'll see when we take off, I climb with vertical speed until I get up to 250 and get it stabilized in a climb. Because I've found if you just turn on the autopilot, hit the L nav, hit the V nav, it just kind of does whatever it wants. You have to kind of guide it to where you want it to be and then get the autopilot on. But if it's just straight up not following LNAV, that's weird. I don't know about that one. I almost wonder if there's something wrong with like nav data or if there's a bug with the plane. That's... I don't think I've ever had that. I've had it where it doesn't follow in the way that I want it to follow, and you have to kind of like, okay, we'll go back to heading mode, kind of point it in the right direction, another direct to, boom. But with this plane in particular, I've never had it not follow. All right, get some stuff shut. Oh, for the aft stair, I need to turn on hydraulics to get that stair up, apparently. Always forget about that. All right, now the stair's coming up. All right. We need to set up our MCP. So takeoff heading 123. Actually get GSX. The wrong button again. Need to set parking brakes. Thought I did. Prepare for pushback and departure. Okay. 123 on the heading. Great looking. It is indeed. The only thing that really stinks about this plane is the sounds. I don't know how they brought this to modern simulators and just didn't bother to update the sounds. The sounds are freaking god-awfully terrible. You have to have a sound pack with this plane. It is bad. Just going straight up to cruise 330. Especially for how expensive this plane is. It's one of the most expensive planes in flight sim. Use the sound pack. I do too. We have the FT Sim sound pack. Spool up sound of the engines. The JTADs, they are fantastic. It's just a treat in the MD-80. You get to sit right next to them. A lot of people hate it. I tell you what, whenever I fly the MD-80, this is my favorite seat. Row 31, either side. All right, 29er, 59er. Good. We're gonna go nose to the left, tail to the right. Our beacon lights on. APU power on. APU air is on. Will you start system A? Our packs are off, and then our pneumatic crossfeed valves are open. So we are good for pushback. Just gonna get rid of the GPU real quick, just in case it decides to drag it along with us. But let's do it. All right. So our fuel pumps are on, so we don't need the start pump. Start the right engine. And we're waiting to get above 20% on our N1. Looking at our... No, our N2. I am such an idiot. Wow. All right, 21%. Fuel coming on. I'm looking at the wrong dials. Alright. This will be a good engine start. Everything is stabilizing. EGT is still going up. That's fine. Get that start switch off and the cover on, and we'll start the left engine. Can I bring the sounds up? They can do a little bit. Whoa! I accidentally grabbed my trim knob there. 21%. Oh yeah.
Tow truck disconnected, bypass pin removed. Left is clear, right is clear.
And don't worry, we'll get some we'll get plenty of engine sounds on departure as well. Emergency lights not armed. Okay. Cool, cool. Alright, APU air off. We got our packs on one at a time. Should be good. And engine or APU power. And turn off. And everything in the overhead is pretty much set up and good to go. And turn our ignition off too. I've seen people do some classic stops. I love it. Get the auto brake to TO. We can't arm it yet though. And then we'll get our flaps 5 selected. Flaps should be moving to flaps 5. And master caution, ART and op, we have that set because we're using a flex takeoff, and parking brakes are on because the parking brakes are on. We're ready to get taxiing. Parking brake off. There's that spool up. Alright. We do have a plane coming in to land here, so we'll have to make some calls. St. Louis traffic, TWA 498, NIMD 80, taxiing runway 12 right via Delta, St. Louis. Alright. Music to your ears. Yep, and we will definitely get some wing views on takeoff with those engines purring. Wonder and you sorry to just cough into the microphone. Wonder and assume in this massive competition between Boeing and Airbus, you prefer Boeing. Do you like the classic and old airliners? Actually, I prefer Airbus. I think the Airbus planes are much safer than the Boeing planes. I think that that has been proven by the design flaws with the 777X program and the whole kerfuffle with the 737 MAX, that Airbus is the superior aircraft manufacturer. However, in terms of flying in a flight simulator, Boeing is much more fun to fly because there's more to do. It's more of a hands-on process. So like, given the option between like a 737 and a A320 to fly, I'll take the 737 in the simulator just because there's more hands-on that you gotta do. The Airbus, you pull the side stick up, you get in the air, and you just kind of let go and it'll fly itself basically. You don't have to touch the throttles. Even with the autopilot off, you don't have to touch the side stick because it'll hold itself level. So in terms of like flying airliners in the sim, I prefer the more hands-on experience. But in terms of who's better, I think it's Airbus without a doubt. They make the much safer planes. All right, let's see where this traffic is. I don't want to be too much of an a-hole. Looks like they're turning on final. You see them out there? They're not landing the same runway that we're taking off. But in case they have to go around, I don't want to start my takeoff roll and then cause like TA, RA, climb, that kind of thing. So we'll be patient. Oh shit, they're on a 14-mile final? Never mind. Send it, let's go. Alright. Press our toga buttons. Landing lights on. Strobe lights on. I think this is strobe. Got our wing lights on as well. And floodlights. Why not? Light everything up. All right. St. Louis traffic, TWA 498 taking off runway 12 right, St. Louis. Alrighty. Ready? Stand on the brakes. We're probably going to take the whole runway. The way the takeoff calculator works in this plane. Off the brakes. And toga. Oh shit.
Takeoff thrust set.
Don't mind me. Just forgetting stuff. Clamp. That's what we want to see. 80 knots.
80 knots. Cross check.
Have to give a lot of rudder to keep it straight. It's got that 15-knot crosswind.
V1. Rotate.
Ooh, so much aileron. Wow.
Positive rate.
You're up. All right, let's go. Heading, select. And then we'll wait till about 1,500 feet AGL. We'll go climb. Alright. Climb, trim out and start accelerating.
Climb thrust set.
Then we're gonna reset our direct to Drew's. Execute and then nav. Oh shit. Nav track. And go ahead and go flaps up.
Flap 0.
Our slats are still extended. And we can go slats up.
Slats retract.
We'll go ahead and punch VNav. I'm gonna hand fly it up till about 10,000 feet. Our VNav doesn't look like it's gonna go too wildly crazy. We could go ahead and turn on VNav and autopilot right now, and I think it would be okay. Seems pretty stable. I think safety, at least about the 777X program is great, at least now, because it's normal for testing to fail at first. For the looks of the 737 over the A320. I definitely do think the 737 looks better. It's a product of it being designed in the 60s. It just looks more unique. I think that the 737 MAX has proved that the 737 has run its course. It's time for a new narrow body from Boeing. They've stretched their 1960s design as far as it can go. Alright. It's about 250. So we're gonna hand fly it up to 10,000. So I'm not really flying the VNav at the moment. See, I'm not on the flight director. I'm more so just flying the speed. Because our engine power is going to stay the same, so I'm just trying to pitch for speed as best I can. And of course flying the nav, and I need to get TARA on for my TCAS, because I forgot. We'll go to Unicom. Looks like we have Memphis Center on as well, so we should be getting ATC before too long. So did Airbus with their previous products. Yeah, to be fair, Airbus, the A320, did fly itself into the ground at an air show. That's true. We'll just have to agree to disagree on the Boeing safety. I don't trust new Boeing products. All right, 10,000. To trim in to kind of meet the flight director now. And then autopilot on. Let's see what it does. Just kidding. Autopilot did not turn on. Whoops. Okay, meeting the flight director, autopilot on. There we go. I'm gonna ask ChatGPT what the cause of 777X delays are. And I'll ask for sources. I don't know if ChatGPT can do that. Give sources for information. Oh, brother. What are the major causes of the Boeing 777X delays? All right. According to ChatGPT, which take it with a grain of salt because it's ChatGPT. ChatGPT can make mistakes. So. The 777X program has faced multiple delays since its announcement, with first deliveries originally scheduled for 2020, now pushed back to at least 2025. The major causes of these delays include FAA increased scrutiny over Boeing certification processes after the 737 MAX crashes. Completely fair. That was a whole fucking fiasco, which is why I don't trust Boeing. FAA asked Boeing to resubmit its certification application due to issues in compliance documentation and testing processes. Additional flight tests and modifications were required. Technical issues. A critical incident occurred during a load test where a cargo door blew off during ground stress testing. Oh lord. DC-10, where you at? The aircraft's folding wingtips, a first for a commercial airliner, required extra validation to ensure safety and reliability. Problems with the engines, particularly the GE9X engines developed by GE Aviation, led to redesigns and requalification testing. Flight test issues such as uncommanded pitch events. Where have we seen that before? Where the aircraft did not behave as expected, triggered further investigations and issues. COVID-19, don't need to read that. Obviously, COVID-19 disrupted everything. Market conditions, obviously airline demand is a little bit lower than it was before COVID-19, although it is bouncing back. Boeing's internal management strategy shifts. We do know that there's some management crap going on at Boeing in the wake of the 737 MAX stuff. Some experts argue Boeing rushed aspects of the 777X program. Can I ask where this statement comes from? Can you give a source for this statement? I wonder who's, if it's just like, well, there isn't a direct citation stating, yeah. Okay. There was lost significant orders, blah, 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 blah. Delays have led to frustration. While the notion of Boeing rushing the 777 is not explicitly documented, so ChatGPT just pulled that one out of thin air. I also remember when the 787 first started rolling around. My dad at the time was working in buying parts for American Airlines. and they had tons of issues with the batteries on the 787 because the batteries would catch on fire. I think the 787 was one of the first to use lithium-ion batteries or something like that. Where are you? Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome to the Toga Troop. Thank you for the follow over on Twitch. I appreciate it. I hope you're doing well. All right, we're through 18,000. We'll go to standard. Can't do it that way. We got to scroll to 29902. 29902, and we'll get our landing lights off, floodlights off, wing lights off. We are well into cruise. Well into climbing. We should be getting a contact me from Memphis anytime now. So we'll get y'all over on Twitch. We'll get a little bit of music. Okay. The pitch issue was straight out of chat. No, that's a real thing. I remember that happening. 777X uncommanded pitch events. Citing a serious flight test incident and lack of design maturity, FAA slows 777 certification. I don't want to buy your newspaper. FAA cited a long litany of concerns, including a serious flight control incident during a test flight on December 8th, 2020, when the plane experienced an uncommanded pitch event, meaning the nose of the aircraft pitched abruptly up or down without input from the pilots. Boeing is yet to satisfy. Of course, this is 5 years ago. But it did happen. Alright. This is why we're flying this on Misfits 2020. Because, chase plane. And that's all we get. Over to Memphis Center. That's all, folks. 132.55. And where are we? 2 miles to the northwest of Denny. All right, let's call him up. Memphis Center, good afternoon. TWA 498's coming through. Flight level 246 for 330. About 10 miles to the northwest of Denny on the Ruse 5 departure. Wow, I totally did not go to the right frequency. Nice. Let's try that again. 132.55. Epicenter, good afternoon. TWA 498 climbing through flight level 253 for 330 on the Drews 5 departure out of St. Louis.
TWA 498 in Epicenter, ident.
Ident 498.
TWA 498, epicenter your radar contact 50 miles southwest of the Pocket City BOR. Flight level 260, Columbia maintain flight 330.
Position checks up to flight level 330, TWA 498. All right. Now we're chilling. Again, we can go back to cinematic mode. Super 80, brother. Y'all people don't realize how much of a backbone for the US aviation industry this plane was. This jet, and maybe you could argue not particularly the MD-80 per se, but the DC-9 family and the 737 basically built the US aviation industry as we know it today.
Epicenter, good afternoon. Southwest 2993, 40,000. Southwest
And you can get
2993, epicenter, squawk ident.
into specific airlines, like this plane built American Airlines, and that's like undisputable. This plane basically built Delta as well.
Descend via the Blues 5 arrival, Memphis landing south, Memphis altimeter 29er, 79er.
Send via the Blues, FedEx 1345.
If it ain't Boeing, I ain't going. I can see that.
Southwest 2993, epicenter your radar contact 10 north of the Pocket City VOR, level 400.
I fly southwest the majority of the time, so if it ain't Boeing, I really ain't going because I don't have a different option.
Thank you, Ron John, Southwest 2993, we'd like a T7 anytime soon. Southwest 2993, center, descend via the Ryman 2 arrival, Nashville landing south, the Nashville altimeter 29er, 80. Descend Ryman 2 arrival for Nashville, Nashville landing south. 2980, thank you, Southwest 2993.
I mentioned it a couple times, but over the weekend, Microsoft decided to reset all of my Misfits 2020 settings. I don't think it's looking that bad at all. I haven't touched, like, granted, to be fair, I need to go through and kind of optimize a little bit. But right now, this is just ultra preset motion blur off. That's literally the only thing I did. And it's running perfectly fine. I'm kind of like sitting here thinking to myself, I'm like, why did I even adjust my settings? Because it used to not work very well on ultra. That's what I'm saying. Like, 2024 is great. Don't get me wrong when it works. And when it doesn't work, it is the most infuriating thing on the planet. However, Misfits 2020 for me, and I know there's people that don't have this experience, but for me, 2020 is the most solid, stable flight simulator I've ever used. I started with FSX, and I've seen X-Plane 11, which was great as well. P3D, which was not. But 2020 is just like rock solid stable. And Chase Plane is just like the icing on top. You say you don't trust Boeing. Listen, New Boeing products I don't trust. The 737NG, the 700, 800, 900, that is tried and true and tested as like one of the safest planes that's ever been built. All right. I have zero reservations about getting on a 737-800. I don't think twice about that. 737-700? No problem at all. It was built in a different time of Boeing. All right. Southwest operates Maxes as well. Yeah, I book flights that don't have a Max on them. That's one of the things I look at when I book my flights. If it's a Max, I'm not booking the flight.
Departure, good morning. Mountain Air 547 with you on time.
Mountain Air 547 in the center, stay altitude.
Approximately 3,000.
Mountain Air 547 in the center, radar contact, climb and maintain 16,000.
It's kind of a thing where, like, if I get on a 737 Max on Southwest, am I going to crash and die? Probably not. However, would you rather book a 737 Max or a 737 NG? I think the NG is the obvious option. Alright, we are almost to cruise with LNAV in. LNAV. VNAV climb. It should grab our cruise altitude. We shouldn't have to do altitude hold. Just in case something has changed, I'm gonna watch it and make sure it grabs the altitude. That VNAV capture. So, yeah, it should grab us at 330. We should be fine. Yep, we're grabbed. We're good. Like I said, they're trying to redo the previous leadership. Good. Good. As much as I love McDonnell Douglas products, the MD-80, the MD-11, DC-9, DC-10's pretty, little sketchy plane, if you ask me. As much as I love the MD-11, the MD-80, Boeing's merger with McDonnell Douglas, I think, was a horrible thing for Boeing. It's the McDonnell Douglas leadership. At least from an external perspective, it seemed like it kind of destroyed the soul of Boeing. It went from like an engineering-focused company to now it's just like money, profits, shortcuts, which is how we got to the 737 MAX. And a lot of the problems that happened with the MAX. So I do love McDonnell Douglas products. However, I will not pretend that they were the best company in the world, and that their company mentality, I think, had a net negative on Boeing. So I would really like for them to get back to engineers running the company, coming up with innovative designs, innovative solutions to air travel. I just think with the way publicly traded companies work, it's going to be really difficult to do that, because you have to argue that a focus on engineering and innovation is more important than stockholder funds. Stock prices going up, basically. Not an opinion, it's a fact. I'm glad you agree. Oh, look at that. Flying over somebody. Hello. If I zoom in, you can't see them very well. Where are we flying over? That is FedEx 1345 on their way to Louisville. No, to Memphis. Leaving Louisville. I say they're going the wrong way to go to Louisville. Read the thing backwards. Sorry for your previous opinions. No. Don't take it that way at all. Listen, I enjoy varying opinions. I do. Think about think about how boring life would be if any time you had an opinion, everybody was just like, "Oh yeah, I agree, 100%."
Yeah, that's fine. Just report back.
Like, no.
Report back.
I enjoy diverse thought. Don't, if it came across as having differing opinions was annoying, that is absolutely not the case. I hope I didn't present that way. My dad is very much a Boeing can do no wrong type person. I'm not saying that's what you are, but even during the height of when the 737 MAX was grounded and everything, I was talking to him about it, and he was like, "Oh, I would rather get on a MAX than an A320." I'm like, they're literally grounded. The FAA grounded them. And you're like, "Oh yeah, I'd get on one of those." It's like, brother, at least give them a chance to fix the problems.
FedEx 917 Heavy Memphis Center, radar contact, climb and maintain 167. Climb and maintain 167, FedEx 917.
In terms of listening for ATC, these are my favorite kind of flights, the classic flights. I guarantee we are the only TWA on the network right now. I don't know how I can search all call signs on the network, but for listening for ATC, I just gotta listen for TWA. Oh, just kidding. There's another TWA in New York. There are 2 TWAs on the network right now, so all I gotta do is just listen for TWA, and it's gonna be me. That's the best thing about these classic flights with these defunct airlines. I love this plane. These textures on these engines need a little bit of work. Like, this is kind of funky looking. Used to be a Boeing fan, still am. Can't imagine the ways you swore the Airbuses. Also, from a passenger perspective, I think the Airbus is such a better plane to ride in. I don't know if it's placebo or just situation, specific situation. Every time I've flown in an Airbus, which granted is an A319, is the only one I've flown in, it's just a much more quiet experience than the 737. I hate the argument. I see people who love Airbus make the argument all the time about how I'd rather fly in the Airbus because it's more modern. I don't like that argument because It falls apart if you fly like in an Airbus from the 90s, that was built in the 90s, an A320 built in the 90s, versus a 737NG that just rolled off the assembly line. Which one's the more modern plane? And it has so much to do with how much the airlines upkeep their interiors and stuff like that. Like, for example, would you say that this is an outdated interior? This is an antiquated interior of a plane? This is a Boeing 757 from Delta. So there's so much more that goes into a plane being outdated or whatever. And I don't know, when people bring up the argument of like, oh, I like the Airbus more because the Airbus is more modern, I like to bring up Delta because they have these older jets that they keep up to snuff and very well maintained. And you wouldn't say that this is an outdated interior of a plane. And ultimately, as a passenger, the interior of the plane is the only thing that matters. It doesn't matter what the plane looks like. If you get into like systems depths and stuff, I'm sure you can argue the A320 is more modern, but ultimately the A320 can do the same thing that the 737 can do, the same thing that the MD-80 can do. So planes. Planes are planes. Dax became interested in aviation when you flew for the first time in 2011. Was a kid back then, was a charter 737-800 operated by Turkish. Sorry, operated by Turkish to Antalya. Nice. I think my first flight was an MD-80, probably. The first flight I remember, though, was on a 737-300 with American Airlines, I think. Depends on when they got rid of the 300s. Because I remember specifically, we got on the plane, my dad and I, and he was like, holy crap, this is an old ass plane. That's what he said. So I wonder when it had to have been. It was a 737, I know that. It had to have been a 300.
Alright, Roger, you can hear me though, correct?
Fleets, American Airlines fleet.
TWA 498, contact Atlanta Center 132.907. Good day.
Atlanta Center 132.907. We'll see you next time. TWA 498. Alright, let's get over to Atlanta Center.
FedEx 1345.
And then we'll address that.
Disconnecting the pilot and reconnecting works to success.
Master caution. 132.907.
Delta 1488, expect visual approach from my 2. Picture it.
Atlanta Center, good afternoon. TWA 498, flight level 330.
TWA 498, Atlanta Center, roger.
All right. Master caution, that's going to be fuel. We can fix that by turning our fuel pumps off. Boom. Argument you disagree with the most is that the A320 is more modern and has a side stick. Yeah, I don't think the side stick matters. The 7, like, everybody gets up in arms about Boeing's yokes versus Airbus's side stick. I don't think it matters. I really don't. I don't think it matters. Side stick works great. The yoke works great. I mean, if you have your personal preference as a pilot, which one you prefer, but I mean, especially now when airlines aren't hiring like they were before the pandemic, are you really going to base your fleet assignment off of whether the plane has a side stick or a yoke? Especially like, if you look at like, oh, I know the Dreamliner. The Dreamliner is fly-by-wire with a yoke.
495, clear is...
And sorry, for TWA 498, can we get that direct one more time? I apologize.
It is India, Sierra Sierra, Zulu Zulu.
Yeah, Sierra Sarah. Roger, clear direct is for TWA 498, thank you. Is that on our approach? It is. Alright, let's go ahead and do... I'm gonna try to do this really quick. ATIS, VATSIM. We're landing the 17, so we'll plan for, let's just throw in like 17 right or something. Seven right, French 5, ILS 17 right. I don't think it really matters the transition because we'll get vectors. French 5, and we are taking it from that, insert that, execute, and then we will go direct is insert, execute. There we go. Warhawk, what's going on? 2024 has been a interesting year. But I can't complain too much. Managed to get a 5090. Okay, I see how it is. I see how it is. I hope you have lots of fun with that 5090. I haven't been staying up to date on bugs and stuff with the shit, it's 2025. What the fuck am I thinking? Listen, it's my day off, alright? Brain no work. 2024 recently has been treating me pretty good. We're doing this flight in 2020 solely because I wanted to use chase plane. But, like, last week for basically all my flying, I used 2024 and it worked perfectly fine. It seems like, I know today Sim Update 2 came out for everybody. And hopefully a lot of the stability that I was finding in the beta of the Sim Update, everybody gets. But, I've been enjoying 2024. When it doesn't work though, holy crap, is it infuriating.
Delta 1488, descend to the Aussie on arrival, advise the airport in sight.
They both achieve the same thing. In fact, you find the 737 autopilot more handy and more versatile in the VNAV path and everything. The fact that you can change your cruise speed mid-flight. You can do that in the A320 as well. It's in the McDo, but you can change your cruise speed mid-flight. I think it's similar to how you do it in this. So, if you want some background lore, the A320 McDo is based off of the MD-80 FMC. Roughly, kinda. They're very similar, but very different. So if you go in here to cruise, we see we have our cruise speed here. If I wanted to bump this up to say 0.77, I just pop it in there, execute, and now our cruise speed is updated. That's the same way you do it in the A320 as well. It's similar in the now I'm doubting myself. I don't know if it's the exact way in the A320. Whatever. I've been following the interesting Boeing orders coming out of the Middle East. I have not. The only Boeing order that I'm following out of the Middle East is the president being given a 747. All right, let's see here. Boeing secures largest ever order from Qatar. Boeing has secured a deal with Qatar for up to 210 jets. The White House is calling the aircraft maker's largest ever wide-body order worth $96 billion.
I'm maintaining 5,000 for 5. So just advising you of the weather nodes, setups in county.
130 787 Dreamliners, 30 777-9s, options for an additional 50 Dreamliners and the 777X.
Delta 1488 to descend via the Aussie 1 arrival.
That's a big order.
At the airport side.
It's a damn big order. We are deeply honored that Qatar Airways has placed this record-breaking order with Boeing, one that solidifies their future fleet with our market-leading wide-body airplane family at its market-leading, huh? That's what you call the 777X? All right. Boeing stock closed 0.5% higher. No one cares. Shot in the arm for Boeing. I'm surprised Trump isn't taking credit for this immediately. I mean, I guess he is in Doha, so... What, the Saudis ordered? Saudi Arabia ordered a bunch?
And we'd like runway, visual runway 30 for, at, Roger. Just advise any of us in getting in sight.
New flights, purchase up to 30 737 Maxes. Heavy Lease has committed to purchasing 30 737 Max. The agreement consists of 20 firm orders for the Max 8 and 10 additional options. Okay. What is this chart supposed to show me? Am I just not reading? Does this chart actually have no description of what it is? For Boeing, the order is a much needed boost, especially as the company faces challenges stemming from international political dynamics. With geopolitical tensions influencing trade relationships, the commitment from Saudi Arabia highlights the continued value of Boeing's products in a region that remains a key market for the company's aircraft. This order, along with other expected deals, shows that despite the hurdles Boeing has faced, particularly in its dealings with China and other global markets, the company's strategic partnerships in the Middle East will help stabilize its position in the global aviation market. Random chart with no context. Completely new topic. Okay. All right. Between the F-47, these commercial orders, and the success of the F-15EX program, Boeing is one of the luckiest aerospace defense contractors of the century, considering what the outlook was like only 36 months ago. That is true. I'm glad it's working out for them. I'm glad it's working out. Adrian! Thank you for the follow, man. I appreciate it. Hope you are doing well.
TWA 490, I'm going to be closing up here. Sure, if I can be changed first.
Roger, we'll hop over to the dark side. You have a great rest of your day, TWA 498.
Did I bring it on?
Alright, over to Unicom. Hydrate. Working on it.
That's 132.5.
Alright. Guy from YouTube, well, I appreciate you hopping over here on the dark side to the purple side of the internet. It's crazy. It's amazing how lucky Boeing is that their company can be completely turned around by everybody wanting to suck off Trump because they're scared of his tariffs. It's crazy to think about. You've got to be like one of the luckiest companies in existence. I learned yesterday I am approved to stream on TikTok. However, TikTok does not give you a stream key. They force you to use their TikTok Studio, whatever software. And it only works on Windows. I use a MacBook as my streaming PC. So, I guess we're just SOL for now. I don't know if Streamlabs OBS work on Mac? I could switch to Streamlabs OBS. I'd have to pay to multi-stream though, that's kind of annoying. But it could be worth it to have a vertical stream on YouTube, and a horizontal stream on YouTube, and a TikTok stream, and a Twitch stream. I don't want to pay for it though, that's it's annoying. There's got to be a workaround somewhere. It's $190 a year? Oh, shit. Just kidding. We're going to find a workaround. think Lockheed Martin has had a lot to do with it too, as they've delayed and had cost overruns on everything since the F-22, since before the F-22. Well, to be fair, when the government gives you a blank check, cost overruns, they're just part of the game, you know? Either way. Either way, I still find it crazy. Would you mind doing a flight on a VA like a group flight? So, I need to chit chat with Kulak, who's in the stream every once in a while. He kind of runs our virtual airline, and everything is back up and running. So I need to chit chat with him and see if he's cool if I start posting links and stuff to get in the Discord and do the group flights, because we do our VA group flights every Saturday. I just want to make sure before I start advertising, say, hey, join our VA's Discord and fly with us. I want to make sure everything's working for that to be able to work. But no, I'm not opposed to doing like group flights or anything like that. Group flights are the funnest part of flight sim, in my opinion. I am very particular about who I'm in Discord with when I'm streaming, just because there's a lot of risk that comes with letting anybody in your Discord call. So like the people Fire and Life who I hang out in Discord with when we're flying, I've been friends with them since like 2018, right? So I guess I will caveat that I am very particular when it comes to that. Who I hang out in Discord with. I gotta make sure I can trust you, because I don't want to get banned for you know, people saying things, right? But no, I'm not opposed to. I wonder if we can set up like a I could probably set up something in my Discord too. I'll have to look into what I can do. I wonder if I set up like a push to talk channel or something. I don't know. But in terms of group flights, absolutely. I enjoy ye old group flights. So we do still have Jacksonville Center on, so we may be grabbing them before too long. Just a chill guy. I'm not saying I don't believe you, but that's what they all say before they start saying the N-word over and over and stuff like that. Listen, I've been... Look, I don't have a lot of viewers or anything, but I've been around Twitch for quite a while. I know how the game works, all right? I used to play Call of Duty all the time. I used to have TTV in my gamer tag. I know what happens, all right? As much as I have a bone to pick with Twitch, in terms of their enforcement and how they run their platform, the fact of the matter is I am not Hassan Piker, so if sketchy stuff happens on my stream, I will get banned. And I don't want to be banned on Twitch. There's gotta be... I'm sorry, I'm stuck on this topic. Multi-stream to TikTok and Twitch. OBS. There's gotta be a way to do this without a stream key. Personally use OBS to stream Elements plugins, connect your Twitch and TikTok account and go live with one click. Don't need a stream key and don't need 1K followers, you just have to do your scenes again and match the vertical format. So stream Elements might be the way to go. Is this available on Mac? No system requirements. But it gives me an EXE, which isn't what I need for Mac. Ultimate Companion app. Multi-chat, multi-platform activity feed, quick actions, stream deck, a mod stream, blah 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 blah. We can try this out. This looks just like a kind of like an OBS replacement. Cool. I don't know. All right, while we don't have ATC, I'm gonna get up and grab a soda real quick, so I will be right back. All right. Can't really plan ahead for Saturday because I don't know what the event's going to be yet. But Sunday, what do we want to fly? It can't be Boeing or Airbus. This is anti-Boeing, anti-Airbus week. I'm thinking maybe MD-11. Could do like a MD-11 medium-ish haul. 3 hours or so. Might be the play. Because basically our options, what we have. Got the MD-80, which we're doing today. We could do the MD-80 again. We have the MD-11. We got the CRJs. We got the Embraer E-Jets and X-Plane. And technically we have the DC-6. We could fly business jets as well. I have the Learjet. We got options. I'll have to brainstorm a little bit. Bum, bum, ba-da-ba-bum, bum, 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 bum. All right, our top of descent is in. Let's take a look here. I wonder what we're gonna get for landing. We have Orlando approach. It's either gonna be 17 right or 17 left. One of the two. Oh, they changed it. 17 left or 18 right. LS approach runway 18 right, 17 left in use. The thing I do want to check. We go to legs. We got elite, mayor above 240, 260 below at Cokes, above 17,000 at gridding. There's a contact me. 135.925.
Clear to line runway 26, American A58.
What are we doing here? Hello. Jacksonville Center, good afternoon. TWA 498, flight level 330, direct is.
TWA 498, Jackson, hello, Squawk Ident.
Ident, TWA 498. We'll just wait for him to find us. Where are we?
And TWA 498, I've got your radar contact 30 north of Zeppelin 330. Welcome aboard.
TBA 498. All right. We're good there. Let's continue checking our thingamajig here. 290 at gridding. We have that in, should be fine. I like to check these just to make sure that everything is good in these older planes, because sometimes it doesn't translate right. Bugs between 11 and 16, that looks good. And then our next one is Wovel. Just kidding, Bungie. Or Bunny. 7,000. Yago is 6,000. And then from Yago, we'll get either 17 right or 18 left. Which we'll be able to plug in and change up as we get a little bit closer. So we are golden. We can switch this to our landing data. Cool. It's just a matter of hanging out. I need to also figure out... I want to figure out one other thing real quick. I believe radio stuff is down here. Okay, I can hear comm 2 now, so we have guard up. That's how I switch between the two radios. Cool. We're chilling. Should have looked at that earlier. So we started descent. We'll set 6,000 as our bottom altitude. And our VNAV should take us down. Perfectly fine. Hi, Cat. That's my favorite plane. I'm glad you asked. I like to pull this one out every chance I get. Ha 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 ha. It's a little plane called the Lockheed Constellation. Gotta find a good video.
Delta 9, excuse me, Delta 9113, Miami offline.
Laura-san.
Goodbye.
Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome to the Toga Troop. Just in time for me to go off about how the Constellation is my favorite plane. The most beautiful plane ever made, hands down. Shut up, I don't want to hear about the Concorde. Constellation looks better than the Concorde. I said what I said. Hot takes only. Radial engines, hell yeah. Although this version of the Constellation is not my favorite. But this one is flying, so... Flying Constellations are cool.
Jacksonville Center, Airshow 627, for clearance back to Washington.
Saw that one in person at Oshkosh. I'm jealous.
Airshow 6187, Drax Center, hello again, clear.
It's gonna be back this year. I won't be able to make it to Oshkosh this year. It's a goal. I want to get to Oshkosh.
Dallas, initial 3000, looks like 290 factor, and squawk 737 for Airshow 6187.
These engines, just everything about this plane, the design of it, the engines, the way they sound, it's just stellar, perfect. World's greatest tri-motor. My favorite is the one that we have in Kansas City that used to be flying, but is no longer flying. But it is a 1049 Super Constellation. In TWA livery, of course. This bad boy is owned by John Travolta now. From Kansas City? Yes, I am. But the 1049G, this is not actually not a 1049G, it's a 1049H, but they made it look like a 1049G. With the tip tanks, the extended nose, the black radome. It's bigger. It's just, beautiful. Alright. I don't want to hear about your Concorde or your 747. This plane looks better. Alright. My favorite plane. Favorite commercial passenger plane. Alright. John Travolta, I guess he had his team or whatever. They were out running this plane a little bit ago during the winter. They had it out taxiing around. I know, I guess the rumor is short-term goals. He needs it to be taxiing around for
Afternoon, Jack, Southwest 3332, 12.1,
some scenes in
so the 3332,
a movie that he's filming or something like that. But I'm sure the long-term goal is to get it flying. I guess he's talked about a lot how he
Southwest 498, descend via the Grinch 5 arrival, Orlando landing south, the altimeter 2996.
Say Southwest 498. TWA 498. And Jacksonville Center, was that for TWA 498?
TWA 498, affirm, descend via the Grinch 5, Orlando landing south, altimeter 2996. Excuse me, altimeter 3000.
Roger, we'll descend via the Grinch 5, landing south at 3000 for the altimeter TWA 498. Thank you. He called me Southwest. What do you think I am?
Delta 2168, Jack Center, hello, Squawk IDEP.
Ain't gonna hear that from me. It's the 737-800. That's the safe choice, okay? Alright, that's what I'll say about that. It's safe.
I've got your radar contact 30 east of Bjork, by level 370.
You can tell anybody that, like, oh, my favorite, it's a 737, and they're gonna be like, oh, okay.
That should be fine, I'll get back.
I do like the look of the 737, I won't lie. It looks good. It's a good looking plane. Cockpit is perfect. I like the 737 cockpit. I think the best cockpit that Boeing has is the 787's cockpit. And I guess by extension the 777-9's cockpit is going to be the same. I do like the 737-800's cockpit though. Unless you look at the overhead, that's just carryover from the 60s. I mean, look at this overhead. In comparison, the 737-800's overhead is a cakewalk compared to this. I will say, I like what Boeing has going on with their, I guess the 737 MAX is similar too. But the big screens. I like the design that Boeing has going on with that. This kind of design. I think it's tasteful and logical. But I think it's much better done in the 787. But the NG cockpit is not terrible. I'm not saying like the 800 is terrible. I'm just saying I prefer the I think the big screens are a more modern look. All right, we are cleared to descend via the star. Let's see, our bottom altitude was 6,000. We'll get 6,000 set, and I believe it should just take us straight into descent. I may have to press VNAV again. I can't remember off the top of my head. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. We're about 30 miles from top of drop, so. We will handle that once we get there. We'll have to remember, once we get closer to approach, we need to jump over and grab the ATIS as well. Ryzen Zoom and Brussels? Is it French? Baguette? That's Belgium. Oh, Brussels. Oh, nice. We're gonna have a week of Europe. European VATSIM ATC scares me. We have to take on that challenge eventually. I have what, 1,400 hours on VATSIM? I'm still scared of Europe ATC. Need to rip that band-aid off eventually. Don't know why you said. I don't know. Maybe it's spelt like that in a different language. My small American brain only comprehends English, so I don't know. All right, top of drop's coming. Let's see what this does. I think I'm gonna have to press VNav again. That's my guess. We'll see if it goes into VNav descent. Oh, I didn't. All right. Eat your heart out, Airbus. The MD-80 descends on its own. I was watching a bunch of, I don't know if anybody is here is around like pre-Flight Sim 2020, but we used to have channels that did like Flight Sim bests. One of them was Lemons All Day Every Day. Really, I was trying to find the video that I'm in. I'm in one of them. I forget what the clip is, but I know I'm in it. But there's a whole lot of like Russia flying and stuff like that. As much as I hate Russia. I was like, you know, an Aeroflot 777 flight from London to Moscow does kind of seem like a vibe. Maybe next Thursday. Could try that. Not comfortable with European control. Go straight to Heathrow. Very smart. I am very smart. Block time of 3 hours 45 minutes. The almost complete lack of clouds today is crazy. No, it don't matter anyway. You can rely on the old man's money. All right, let's try to grab an ATIS real quick. Orlando arrival ATIS. 3000. We have information Charlie. Simultaneous approaches, parallel runways in use. ILS approaches to 18 right and 17 left. Bright lights on the road. Watch out. Don't land on the road. Winds are 186 at 7 knots.
TWA 498, contact Orlando approach 4.8 for the rest of your day.
Over to Orlando 124.8. We'll see you next time. TWA 498.
That was 3332, like to step away for about 10 if they want.
Alright, I'm gonna kill the music.
Pick up to 6713. Attack to the S-side 4 via Foxtrot. Echo 5, cross 17 right of Foxtrot.
Taxi via Foxtrot Echo 5, cross 17 right, Delta 6713.
Orlando approach, good afternoon. TWA 498 descending through flight level 223 via the Grinch 5.
TWA 498 Orlando approach. Orlando altimeter 3000. Expect ILS 18 right from Yago.
Roger 3000, and we'll expect the ILS 18 right from Yago, and we do have information Charlie for TWA 498.
TWA 498, thank you for Charlie.
Alright, 18 right from Yago. So we should be able to jump in here, 18 right. Actually, we don't need to change anything. Don't fuck it up. We're good. I'll mess around with Navigraph real quick to see if I can find a better transition. Sacro. Plug in Sacro just so we have the waypoints. So probably we'll get a vector from Yago onto the approach, and then it'll have us go direct to something or other. Blah blah blah. And that's how that'll work. So we're still good here. Vector Sacro. Okay. We are golden. Set up. Good to go. We need a good amount of drag. We are high on profile. I'm not quite sure how this happened. Long time gone are the days when you flew A320s, now you fly the 737 on basis. Understandable. Alright, 3000. And we'll get the extra drag of the landing lights out. Which is modeled in this plane, by the way. Alright, speed brakes in. We're back on profile, so we're looking good there. We are going to park at gate 56 in Orlando, which is going to take us to somewhere. I didn't put in the right I just realized. Taking 18 right from Yago. No wonder that's not linking up like I want it to. Okay. Now that should be good. Good lord. Alright, now we're good. I just realized I had the wrong runway selected. Whoops. French 5 ILS, Yago, put that in, perfect.
Orlando approach, Delta 6713, thanks for the service today, and so long.
So we're going to gate
Thanks, flying in. Have a good day.
56, which is going to take us to airside 3. So we are landing on the right side of the airport that we want to be landing on. Perfect. We'll be landing with flaps 40. That should be fine. Fully speed brake. And we can go slats extended as well.
Slats extended.
I'm not managing my descent very well here. Okay. VNAV level, we have another top of drop marker here coming up. That should be fine.
TWA 498, Yago cleared ILS 18 right approach.
At Yago cleared ILS 18 right approach for TWA 498. Okay, that's good. We need to get in our ILS 111.9. And then 185 for our course. That's set. No, it's holding us at 10,000. I'm gonna try to drop this thing like a rock. I think I got off profile a little bit. Whoops. Oh, you gotta stay on top of it. Yago 110, that's already set. And back on profile. At Naval is where we're gonna join at 4,000. Gonna be our intercept. Get our VRF speed set. 131. Say about 136. Will VRV approach somewhere around there. Minus 196? Nice. Very nice. What do you mean landing gear? Go away. All right, minimums 200 feet decision height. Get that set. Kind of let the plane get away from me for a little bit. It's just something you can't do in a plane like the MD-80. switched over to that. We're gonna start this turn. Then we'll punch ILS here in just a little bit. Here we go. ILS, localizer capture, glide slope capture. Bring our speed back to about 180. We are established. All right. We'll use auto brake minimum. We can't arm it yet. We can't arm the speed brakes though. Have to be fully configured before we arm the auto brake.
TWA 498, wind variable, wind calm, runway 18 right, clear to land.
Runway 18 right, clear to land, TWA 498. Alright, flaps 5 are in, but we're not really slowing down as much as I would like to be. We're still descending pretty fast, though. Let's go ahead and go gear down, see if we can get some drag to help.
Gear down. 25.
There's our speed coming back a little bit now. Those lights on, so we are cleared to land. Wing lights on. A little bit bumpy here. Flaps 11. Flaps 15 coming out.
Good afternoon, USM 589 at Kilo Mike.
Orlando approach, Helix 01. I have your message here, squawk 7461. Maintain 7,000 out of thing.
In my airplane?
Gonna take off from Orlando to NAS Pensacola.
It's not following the glide slope very well.
US Air 859, go ahead.
Do you also have a Midday airplane? Kilo Mike and
Alright, full flaps. I think I kind of butchered this landing a little bit.
US Air 859, you're clear to the Myrtle Beach Airport as filed. Climb maintain 2000, you can expect level 310, 13 minutes after departure. Departures with me, squawk 3420.
Why is plane fighting me so hard? Weird. Plane feels like it is fighting me.
Correct. You can expect 27 knots for departure. Alright, Helix 01, so for the PDC, it's just going to call for taxi. I see that you have the squawk code put in, so if you're ready for taxi, just let me know.
Helix 01 is ready for taxi.
I think our landing speed's a little off. I feel like I'm stalling.
Alright, Helix 01, runway 18, right, taxi via Alpha Bravo 1.
Taxi via Alpha Bravo 1, runway 18 right.
Continue. Stabilized somehow.
20. 10.
Reverse.
2 in reverse. Reverse lights out.
All right, reverse is out. Butter, I appreciate it. That was a pretty something approach there. Started falling out of the sky.
60 knots.
TWA 498, welcome to Orlando, safe parking.
We're looking to go to airside 3, gate 56 for TWA 498.
Hi, TWA 498, cross runway 18 left at Echo, taxi to airside 3 via Bravo Charlie, enter in at Bravo 7.
Roger, we'll cross 18 left at Echo, airside 3 via Bravo Charlie. We'll enter in at Bravo 7 for TWA 498. All right, go rolling. Flaps coming up. We'll get GSX ready for us. We're going to gate 56.
Orlando approach, good afternoon, United 2245 with Charlie at airside 3, ready for taxi, runway 17, right?
There we go.
Hey, United 2245, Orlando approach, 17 right, taxi via Echo 3, Echo, Golf Hotel 1.
APU started.
Taxi 17 right via Echo 3, Echo, Golf Hotel 1, United 2245.
Oh my lord, what is... Okay, Bravo is right here.
Helix 01, unrestricted climb up to 16,000 is approved, on departure flight heading 200, wind calm, runway 18 right, clear for takeoff.
Alright.
Helix 0, Orlando approach, Helix 01, I understand, heading 220, unrestricted takeoff to flight level 160.
APU is on, APU is on the bus. Alright.
Orlando approach, was that read back correct?
Helix 01, sorry, landline was in my ear. No, heading 200 and unrestricted up to 16,000, 16,000.
Alright, let's get to where we need to go.
Helix 01.
Hopefully the second landing down in Fort Lauderdale will be a little bit better. I just taxied right past. You know, fuck it, I'm disconnecting. I taxied right past where I wanted to go. Don't worry, Orlando approach, we'll be back to do some more fuck ups here in just a few seconds. Alright. Get down to Bravo 7 and then we'll get perked up and get set up for the second leg of the flight down to Fort Lauderdale. Plane is not wanting to turn. All right, 56 is going to be gonna leave after this flight, going to sleep. No worries. I appreciate you hanging out. It's 10:30 p.m. Yeah, I don't blame you for heading off to sleep. Looks like we need to go up one more. Just kidding. We're going into gate 54 apparently. Not a great turn on to stand, but you know what? Can't win them all. All right. Parking brake set. APU is on. Shut her down. And we made it. I don't know what the landing rate is because I didn't start my software to track that. Whoops. But welcome to Orlando. Why can't I open any doors? Probably because my beacon is on. No? Okay, now it's gonna work. Cool. We made it. All right, second flight. Same flight number, hopefully. 498 from MCO to KFLL. Gotta leave. Good night. You have a good night, Adrian. I will catch you next time. Thanks for tuning in. I hope you have a good one. Get the good sleep. Good day for me, yeah. It's only 2:30 p.m. here. I get the idea. I get it, I get it. Alright, let's see if we can pre-file this into the same flight number. I don't know if it's gonna let me do it. We'll try. Oh, it's gonna work. Cool. Alright. Flight is filed. Hurry, boy, it's waiting there for you. do, 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 do. Dum, dum, dum. All right. See you, Adrian. See ya. See ya. All right, that's good to go. Overlays uploaded or updated, rather. All right. Now, in terms of turning the plane around, looks like it went ahead and reset our route and everything like that. So perfect. Gonna go to downloads, and I gotta download my MD80 file and my acres file. And for you, it'll take a lot to drag me away from you. No more could ever do. All right, those are in there. See about getting reconnected to VATSIM. Sweet. All right. Pop this over on Unicom just for sanity's sake while we're getting set up here. Let's go to weight and balance, and I still have the load manager app open, so I should be able to import OFB. To go to documents, MADDOG X, routes, and MCO to Fort Lauderdale. See if we can reset that. Import OFP, MCO, FLL. All right, fuel on board 15.6. Is that set roughly? It is. Cool. We'll get the GPU connected so we can turn off the APU for now. Cool. Alrighty. Let's start from the beginning. Ident, everything there is good. Position is good. Flight plan, company route MCO, KFLL. Bunk that in there. We're probably going to get 1-8 left for takeoff. So we'll plan for that. Activate, execute, departure, 1-8 left. Actually, we might get 1-7 right. We can change it to 1-7 right if we need to. Danny 3. Actually, 17 right does make more sense. That's probably what we're going to end up with. 17 right, Danny 3, to Jipod. We got that in, and then let's go ahead and do our arrival as well, because it's going to be a shorter flight. Looks like 10 left, 10 right for arrival. We have 10 left planned. There's no reason to change that at the moment. So we'll plan the ILS 10 left from Hollid. And we're going to be coming in via the CUDA 3 from Jipod. Alright, let's check our legs. That's all good to go. TWA 498. We get craft ready to go. We haven't gotten, well, there it is. PDC. All right, we are cleared. Denny 3 departure. Jipod transition. We are going to climb via SID 25010 minutes after. Departure is with Unicom. And our squawk is 7331. Okay. That's all set. We'll grab our zero fuel weight. 110.7. We got our CG is 13.2. And then our fuel is 15,677. So to jump down here, 15.6/N for the fuel, zero fuel weight, 110.7. That's gonna be good there. Our reserves gonna be 2.9 again. Cost index, we'll leave that at 35 for this flight, because we're not going very far. 250 for our cruise altitude. Winds 343 at 30. Our ISO deviation is 13. That should be good. Our gross weight is 126.3. We'll need that for our takeoff calculation. 126,300. All right, performance. We are at MCO. Taking off 17 right. Condition dry, flap optimum. Winds at Orlando, departure ATIS, Quebec. Two 9er. And the winds are variable at 3. What does Navigraphs say they are variable at 3. Let's say we're taking off with a tailwind to 3 knots. 170 at 3. Let's play it safe. Actually, that would be what? 350 at 3 for the tailwind? Yeah. QNH 29er. Our temperature is 33. Any ice off, packs on, that should be good. Our takeoff weight is going to be 126,300. Insert that. That should be good. Calculate. There it goes. $34, 140, 149 is V2. That should be good. Then we're gonna need flex takeoff of 50 and flaps 7. We can get rolling. Flap 7 is in. 13.2 CG is set. We can set our trim. That should be good there. Our dial of flap is set to 7, so that's what we want to see. We're taking off via the SID, the Danny 3. Our top altitude is going to be 7,000. Which we will, of course, adjust once we get going. Takeoff heading 185 RNAV Cape. Here we go. Speed. Go ahead and jet this up to 240 for initial, and then when we go to VNAV, it'll go to 250. Should be good. Let's go ahead and get the APU started back up. Hold this down till about 10% on the RPM. There we go. Not gonna do any boarding or anything. We can get back over to approach though.
Left heading 330.
Left 330, climb 12000, use Airways A59.
Okay. Get this to map. All right, I think we are pretty much ready for push. Ramp should be uncontrolled, I believe. Said call for taxi. So push back, Bravo 7 is probably where we leave the ramp. And I figure for taxi, we're probably going to get Charlie, Echo, Golf. I had to bet. Okay. Wrong button. Alright, that's good. Go aircraft services. Close our cargo doors. Get rid of the GPU. Lights on. And then we need to set our squawk code 7331.
US Airways A59, clear direct worms, climb and maintain 16,000 now.
Climb and maintain 16,000 direct worms, US Airways A59.
We'll be taking off over the beach. Oh, turning out over the beach for our climb out. Should be good. Boom, 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 boom. Pocono's right. All right, let's do it. Parking brake release. Make sure we got our APU air on. Our packs are off, and our pneumatic crossfeed valves are open. Starting engine 2. I'm concerned with what GSX is doing. Fuel on. Alright, that's a good start. Engine 1 coming alive. Excuse me?
The US Airways A59, Jacksonville Center is offline, radar service terminated, frequency change approved.
Approved, that's approved, thank you much, US Airways A59, and see ya.
See ya.
Alright, still coming on.
Please set parking brakes.
Chewy has got his Chewy Airlines liveries out now. How about that?
Unlocking gear.
Poggers. All right, got a good start. Ignition or start or ignition system to off. APU air to off. Got our packs on. And our APU off. Go ahead and set flaps 7 for departure. Arm our speed brake. Our trim is already set. I feel like this is just getting me to click random shit. Alright. Master caution. Our parking brakes are on, obviously, and our ART is in op because we're using flex takeoff. V1 134, VR 140, V2 149. That should be good. Our taxi light on. We should be going to 17 right. We'll be Bravo 7 short of Charlie. Alright, parking brakes released. We'll start rolling forward and then we'll give him a call. Brakes work. Nose wheel steering is good. Alright. And just real quick, we have Quebec. Awesome. Orlando departure, good afternoon. Again, TWA 498. We'll be Bravo 7 short of Charlie with Quebec, ready to taxi.
At TWA 498, Orlando approach, welcome back. Taxi to, let's see, 17 right, taxi via Bravo 7, Charlie, Echo, Golf, Hotel 1.
Runway 17 right via Bravo 7, Charlie, Echo, Golf, Hotel 1, TWA 498. Alright. Let's do it. Hopefully these bridges are working with us today. I didn't even think about that, but we'll find out. Can you say something? Akizum, I guess. I guess you can say something if you really want to. If you really want to say something. No offense, though? Alright. Preparing to be offended. Oh, good lord. Why don't you just become a pilot? That's a great question. So fly on a game and make real money. That is a very good question. My assumption is you're the only one viewer here. Yeah? Let's see. How much does it cost to become an airline pilot? Alright. According to Google AI, total cost to become an airline pilot varies depending on the training path and prior experience, but it can range from $80,000 to $200,000. A zero-time pilot program can cost around $116,000. You starting to see why I don't just become a real pilot? If you're willing to give me $200,000 to become a pilot, I'll do it in a heartbeat. But the barrier to entry, especially right now when airlines aren't really hiring, is pretty damn high. Also, who's to say that the reason I'm streaming is because I'm trying to get rich? It's kind of a wrong assumption there. I've streamed off and on since 2017 and have not made a dime. So maybe I just enjoy it. And you're saying at least a job or something, you saying that I don't have a job? Is that what you're assuming here? 'Cause man, I'm not one to shit on people for doing what they enjoy, but if you are, I hope it brings you joy to do it. So, I don't know. People are into different things. You do what you want to do. If flying virtual planes around in a flight simulator is not for you, then so be it. Nothing wrong with that. Not for everybody. Hope I can make it. Who said I'm trying to make it? I feel like you're looking at it from a perspective of if you are streaming, you must be trying to get rich, right? Is the only thing that matters when doing an activity, the only thing that matters, is it making money? I appreciate the well wishes, I guess.
TWA 498, unfortunately, apologies, I have cut and run on you here, but it'll be log off here. You can monitor the TTAF frequency for Orlando. We have a safe flight up to Fort Lauderdale.
Hey, no worries. I appreciate you hanging around a little bit for us. We'll go over to CTAF and we'll catch you next time, TWA 498. See ya.
See ya.
There's Roblox YouTuber Liquid. He was just like you, 1 or 2 viewers, and now he makes a living off of YouTube. You could too, maybe. Okay.
Orlando approach Southwest 916 with you.
Cool. Is the ATC talking real? Yes, it is. That's a real person. That's another person who is taking time out of their Thursday afternoon to waste their time. Number one, this isn't Roblox, this is Microsoft Flight Simulator. It's a much smaller, market for streaming. It's much more of a niche. And again, that's also assuming that I'm doing it to try to make a living off of it. I'm not deluded in the sense of realizing that I'm going to be someday making a living off of streaming Microsoft Flight Simulator. That's not going to happen. Yep, you have a good one. Take it easy. Alright, what do we have anybody approaching? Nope. Sweet. Orlando traffic, TWA 498 and MD80 taking off runway 17 right, departure to the east. Orlando. Alright. Time to hit it. Trigger switches armed. I accidentally shut down an engine. Nice. We are not taking off. We are going to pull off the runway right here and restart our engine. Alright. We should be able to start without starting the APU again. Alright. Parking brake set. We are looking to kill the packs. And actually kill the people though. Just the air conditioning. And then we'll bring some power up. Engine start on. We have bleed air. Have to bring some engine power up to get some pneumatic pressure. There we go. Crossfeed valves are still open. Good. Start engine 1. There is no shot that's a Roblox YouTuber coming in here to complain about me doing pointless shit on Microsoft Flight Simulator. I've seen everything. Wow. Alright, EGT is all over the place. Please have somebody else do it. Please somebody else come complain about me doing something that does not impact you at all. Alright, start valve closed, ignition off, and turn the packs back on. Alright, let's do this again, shall we? Focus switches pressed, parking brake released. Now let's take off. Hopefully nobody is landing. Oh shit, somebody's landing. Alright. We'll get out of here. Gotta go quick. Puddle stood up. And toga. Yeah. Auto brake isn't gonna arm. Alright, cool, whatever. Who needs it?
80 knots, cross check.
80 knots checked.
V1.
Rotate.
Positive rate.
You're up. And we'll get through 400 feet.
Gear up, lights out.
I'll hit nav. Alright. Climb thrust. Armor ART. Which I forgot to do last flight. We'll go ahead and as soon as we get turned out here. And get stabilized here. Accelerate. Arm VNAV as well. Alright. Flaps up. And we'll go direct.
Lap 0.
UK. Execute. And slats up.
Slats retract.
Alright. Nice and stable. That's enough hand flying. Autopilot on. We are out of here. Over to Unicom. We are on our way to Fort Lauderdale. Shoot, 7,000. We need to go up to 250. VNAV. I want to see this other guy that this fool brought up. Liquate. I don't know. People do what they do. 10,000, landing lights off. I didn't turn my wing lights on, so wing lights are off. Woo. Turn our weather radar on too. Forgot about that. Do 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 do. Somebody tried to call me? Unknown number. That's not a cam call at all. As much as that guy annoys me, he does make a good point. YouTube's kind of dead. I mean, so is Switch right now. TikTok might be the play. Eat up some TikTok algorithm. Alright, coming up on 18, we'll go to standard. Start music. Cinematic, and I will be back in a few. What's going on? All right. Back for now. Boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Do, 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 do. All right. What is this stupid? Ground control beta. Mr. Blue Sky, please tell us why you had to hide away for so long. Oh, it's been discontinued on Mac? Alright. Dun, 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 dun. Do 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 dum 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 do dum do do do. I have to do some research. This ground control thing is not what I'm looking for. Do 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 do. All right, Auto ATC is chit-chatting. Welcome. Miami Center advises descend via the CUDA 3 arrival, Fort Lauderdale altimeter 3000. Cool. That is something I definitely can do. Blue sky, Mr. Blue Sky. All right, bottom altitude. Say solid 5,000. Whoa, what are you doing? Excuse me? What the fuck are you doing, plane? VNAV level is not... I broke it somehow and I don't know how. VNAV descent. We're gonna have a vertical profile. VNAV cap. VNAV level. I think our VNAV is broken. We just go direct. Does this fix it? VNAV descent. It's gonna bring us back on profile. I'm afraid this is just gonna point us at the ground. Jet might be going to the hangar for the foreseeable future if this doesn't figure itself out. We can throw out some speed brake and see if it'll help itself come down. Okay, we're coming into Willocks, above 15, 270. Let's see what it does. Okay, it's coming back on profile. See if it actually follows it. We're waiting on that to sort itself out. We can set our ILS 110.1096. Okay. It's got itself figured out. Alright, Fort Lauderdale, altimeter 3000. Our minimums are 200 decision heights. That'll work. We can go ahead and set here. Our barrow is going to be about 204, so somewhere in there. Dun, 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 dun. Do. Everybody. I feel like I need to sneeze, and I don't need to sneeze at the same time. A little bit more speed brake. A lot more speed brake. We can get below 280 knots so we can put the slats out. Help us descend. There we go. Slats extended. And then for landing, we need flaps 5. Flap select. That should be good. Pink mud. Pour some sugar on me. Do 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 do. Okay. Turn up on 10,000, landing lights on. Are we like nosediving now? All right. Cool. All right. In terms of traffic at Fort Lauderdale, nobody. It must be the middle of the day in the U.S. Can it be now? Can it be now? Ooh-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Ooh-doo-doo-doo-doo. Is channel dead? Oh. Hacked. It's over. Rip. FlightSim Best channel is gone. Rip in peace. Do 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 do. All right. Stabilizer motion. How's it going, Jonathan? Pause the music there. Fort Lauderdale. I'm doing good. Doing good. Good to see you as well. Chilling on a Thursday afternoon. Into Fort Lauderdale. Nobody's around because it's the middle of the day in the U.S. I own Southern Florida. There are other people here, but not at Fort Lauderdale. Friday morning there? Well, good morning. Happy Friday. All right. We will go vertical speed, 500 feet a minute, and take it down to 5,000, which is where we'll intercept the glide slope. Now these Thursday streams are usually, of course I've only done them for a couple weeks, but usually pretty slow. So it's just a chill time. Having to fend off the one person who randomly comes in and he's like, why don't you just become a pilot instead of playing a game? I was hoping there'd be more people, more children coming in and asking what's the point of doing something you enjoy during your free time. It's pretty funny. It was over on YouTube. I was accused of not having a job and then suggested that I play Roblox instead. It's like, alright. Yeah. Less of a risk of me killing hundreds. Exactly. It's either flight sim or killing hundreds of people. Which one do you want? Alright, altitude hold. Get our approach thingamajigs in. Whatever those are called. Speed bugs. There it is. We're gonna come in at like 135, 136. I felt like I was stalling landing into Orlando. It was not a very pretty approach. Like the time your brother's 11-year-old friend said you were a loser because you didn't have a girlfriend or an Xbox 360. But you don't have an Xbox 360? Oh my gosh, what a loser. That's what I should say the next time it happens. I bet you don't even have an Xbox 360. Alright, flaps 11? Yeah, that's what it is. Alright. Start our left-hand turn to get on the localizer. Trying to work out when you joined PAC. It had to have been before me, and I was probably in 2018 if I had to bet. But I think you were already here when I got here. And what a sharp turn. Love that. Alright. We'll keep the turn coming. To grab the localizer. Maybe just a bit more. Try to help out the plane as much as I can here. ILS. MD-80 flies through the localizer. What a surprise. Didn't see that one coming. Kappa. Alright, speed brake arms. We use auto brake minimum again. Close those pneumatic crossfeed valves. I'm surprised I still have them open. Wing lights. Floodlights. Wonder if Joven was before or after you? I don't know. We've just been here for forever. .180 flaps 15.
Flaps 15.
Gonna add it to your LinkedIn with no explanation. Yeah, Pack VA. When people ask in an interview, what's this Pack VA on your LinkedIn? It's like, hey, if you don't know, then you don't need to know. Asking about it'll be the first mistake. Exactly. Alright, localizer track, glide slope track, glide slope track. And we are going to gate E1. Echo 1. So it will not be a very long taxi at all once we get on the ground. You got it August 2017? Yeah, it had to have been 2018 for me. Sometime in 2018. Dot CTAF KFLL 119.3. Alright, how far are we out? Fort Lauderdale traffic, TWA 498's a MD-80 on a 10-mile final runway 10 left, Fort Lauderdale. Forgot what runway it was landing. Whoops. Okay, nice tail zoom in. What a plane. Through 2500, gear down. Pull back to like 130, 137. Speed brakes are armed. Auto brakes, we'll have to wait until we're fully configured. Flaps 28.
Flaps 28.
And flaps 35.
Flaps 40.
Look at that, see right through the wings. Flaps 40, not flaps 35. What am I saying? Auto brake armed. What a jet. Alright. Time to attempt to land this plane. And it's not giving me... There we go. My airplane. Oh. There we go. Somewhat stable. Ish. Stable as one can be in this plane.
500. 400. 300. Minimums.
Continue.
100. 50. 40. 30. 20. 10.
We're down. Reverse.
Reversed.
First out.
First lights out.
Not exactly the easiest plane to land. Come on, APU. Come on. There we go. Alright. We want to go to E1. It's going to be right over here. American, sure. Alright. Flaps up. Speed brakes in. Strobes off. Floodlights off, wing lights off, TCAS, TA, weather radar off. All right. Cool. Parking brake set. APU is on. Shut her down. Parked a bit too far and askew. Whatever. All right. We'll get deboarding happening. GPU, no. Apparently. No GPU? Oh. Okay. Cool. The GPU on. And cargo doors open. Yeah, why not? Half stairs. Sure. MD-80 style. Alright. APU off. And we have made it. And that is the complete TWA 498 route from St. Louis to Orlando and then to Fort Lauderdale. That's it. There's somebody else coming into Fort Lauderdale in a 777. Oh, just kidding. They're going to Miami. Miami. Hakua. Ew. Alright. So that's gonna do it for me today. That's the end of the stream. Already. It's only 4 p.m. But yeah, we'll be back Saturday and most likely Sunday as well. Usual plug in my Discord. There is the schedule channel where you can see the schedule. And these are in your local time. And I update this as often as I can when something changes. So if you want to know when I'm going live, look at the schedule channel. Anyway, that's going to do it for me tonight. I'm going to mess around and see if I can't figure out a way to stream to TikTok, since I learned that I can. So there very well may be an influx of people saying, what the fuck is the point of what you're doing? Which will be very fun. Very fun. I'm looking forward to it. Anyway, thank you all for tuning in. I hope you have a great rest of your Thursday, or if you're Jonathan, a great Friday. I'll catch you all on Saturday night, the usual time for the event. But with that, you all stay safe, stay healthy, take it easy. I'll catch you all in the next one. We'll see ya.